Hello. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're enjoying all of the different releases and announcements and things that are coming out from the various showcases this weekend. Oops. That was not a good way to start this off. I'm just getting reacquainted with the controls at the moment. It's down there. Ow. Excuse me. I thought there was a good amount of fun things in the Xbox showcase this morning. That was nice. I didn't get your name. Oh, I'm so sorry, buddy. Oh. Will you tell it to me again? No. Dang it. A split. R1, okay. Nice. Cool. Easy. Totally forgot what I was even trying to get after here. Huh? There we go. All for Leon's brew. Leon! Hold the phone. There was more stuff in this room? says it's up there. How do I get up there? Is there a platform up there? Hold the phone. That's where the dog was. There are platforms up there. How do I get to them? Becomes the question. Owie. Up. Nice. First try. And there's a chest down here somewhere. It says claims. Yep. Is that gonna be another? Thought it was gonna be another hidden kind of thing situation. And it very well might be. Oh, sneaky. Journal updated, nice. And I got that done too. Call it a win. And the game's shown off these past few days, oversaturated, all the same months. It's a bloodbath for attention. It really is. A lot of the ones that were shown off today also seem to have a fairly similar style. Fortunately for me, I'm into that kind of style. But yes, many, many games indeed. Let's grab max health, huh? We got another max health and another max health. All right, let's max health. I don't even understand why those indie games, like the one in the bottle, was an Xbox and PC exclusive that would do well on other platforms. I think we're getting back into the realm of more exclusives. I know the new Xbox president, or whatever her title is, said that she sees more of the value in that. And so I imagine we are going to be getting back into that realm of going towards the kind of console wars. Big ones I understand, but smaller ones that don't fit on Xbox. Oh, I understand. I agree with you, Mystery. I think it's not that great. I never really liked exclusives. I understand it from a business standpoint and getting yourself people to purchase your console and everything. But I don't like it very much. I don't think it's as great for the consumers. I get, well, like, it is a weird double-edged sword and a very nuanced discussion, which is frustrating because, like, it can be good for the consumers in that there's going to be ideally higher quality stuff available because you'll be at more of a competition for the attention, and the companies will be vying for, like, oh, we really want you to be purchasing only PlayStation or only Xbox, whatever. And so as a result, you get a lot more competition, which can breed some very positive competition and make better results for the end product. Persona 6 got a mini look, might be a some more darker game, it seems. I saw that, and my immediate reaction was like, okay, when are we actually going to get this then? Because this isn't telling anyone anything. This is as much of a teaser as we got for the next Elder Scrolls. And so we're likely to get that around the same time, or actually, it'll be even later, because Elder Scrolls got teased in a similar fashion how long ago now? And we still have nothing for it, even at the most recent showcase, where, like, we got more of the Elder Scrolls MMO. Before we got anything Elder 6 related. At this point, it's all about the IPs and genres. Xbox is known for the shooters, and PS5, or PlayStation, is known for the story adventure games. They're now known nowadays as woke slop, apparently? What? Why are they known as woke slop? What? I know that people are upset, I guess, because the new God of War game has a female lead, where people still, I know there has been frustrations aired on like the YouTube comments and stuff, but curious how much of the general populace actually shares that kind of sentiment. Modern audience, yeah. It's so dumb. Steel breastplate, cool. I never really thought of it that way. That is kind of how I do agree with you that like that's the breakdown that we're kind of getting now. Of the first-person shooters, or I guess shooters in general, but I think it is mostly first-person, you're right, for Xbox, and then the adventure story kind of plots from PlayStation. What an interesting concept. What's that doing up there? Hold on. Unfortunately, there was a lot from basically every showcase that I'm into and interested in, so, okay, that was just where you fall down from that, okay. And I could get back to now. One of the biggest things for me that I don't know if that's true. One of the things that has been stuck in my head since I first saw it announced, and then with the most recent update trailer, Kemuri, I think that looks really cool. I like the style of it. I like what they're showing. I think it has a lot of potential and could be really, really fun. It could also end up being a bit more of a nothing burger, which would suck, but that's one that I'm more interested in, that is stuck in my head a lot. And then just this morning, here in the States this morning, the new Spyro thing. Ooh, 30 stream streak. Thank you very much for sticking around, mister. I appreciate you coming back and being so consistent with it and everything. Finding it hard to keep track of them all. Both forget about... Oh yeah, I know that's the problem with talking about it even right now. I just watched the Xbox showcase right before stream, and I already forgot most of the things that were announced in it, because that's just kind of how it goes, it seems. Not to mention the fact that in my brain, who knows when we're actually going to be seeing any of these games. Their current announce date, if they even have one, is going to get pushed back so much that it doesn't, like, whatever they're saying at this moment does not matter, in my opinion. What I have been doing for so long now is just my Steam wish list is over 1,000 games, and a lot of people find that to be kind of crazy, but it's just, who knows when we're actually going to see these things. Well, this year, August, September, and October are just crazy because of GTA 6. Yeah. So things like GTA 6, other things that haven't even been announced yet that are going to have a similar kind of impact. Oh no. It's... I feel so negative and cynical and everything about it, But I also think that it is truly the state of things where it's like, it doesn't, until it's actually out, it doesn't matter what's said, what's hyped, what's posted, whatever, because until it's actually out, we have no idea what it's going to be, how the gameplay is going to feel. We just have a hype trailer for most of them, and that's all we have. Remember when Judas got announced? I just remembered that game today, no word on it. Yeah, I know a number of people that were hoping for more Judas info and didn't get anything. I don't think I was expecting much for that title, because if I remember right, the last time we got anything, it was a similar situation of, maybe not a similar situation, but it was another one of those, hey, we haven't heard anything in a while, we're still working on it, don't you worry. And that's all the update that we got. And so I would rather them keep quiet, personally, I think, until there's actually something worthwhile to show, I guess. That sounds bad, but like, I don't want them to just keep on hyping up nothing. Or hyping up stuff that we're just waiting still, kind of thing. I don't know, I'm not articulating that very well, but I think I'm hoping I get the point across at least. Do I remember that game today? No word. Oh yeah. No, thought that was a new message came in. And in a similar kind of vein, the Clockwork Remastered, I think it's called. That's a game that I'm really interested in and pretty hyped for. I think that'll be a lot of fun from what we've seen so far. I don't think I need to see anything else from it until it's out. I'm in. I'm hype. I'm interested. The premise has me. I really am a fan of that setting in general. So I think it'll be really, really cool. You don't need to keep on showing me tiny little tidbits, excuse me, that don't really show me all that much that's new about it. I just want to see the actual game at this point. There's been an update on that guy who I talked about a while ago who passed away by the police handcuffing him when he was injured. I think I remember this story. Any other treasure chests or anything around here? Nothing there. I think I'm just heading back home. There's a chest, there's multiple chests down there. Ugh. Isn't that just there? Well, I'll just head back to home and then we'll go from there. Oh! Where was that hat girl? She was around here, right? Hat girl. In the news for a while, being compared to the George Floyd case, and that how this man didn't get much attention when it involved another culture. That is so frustrating that that is still such a prevalent thing anywhere. Found Hat Girl. That mine, you mean this hat here? You're the low rotation. Hand that hat over and I'll open this room. Give hats. Ow. Bernard's dog tags. Nice health, gun damage resistance. Ooh. Where the UK is messed up when it comes to justice system. Two-tier policing, anti-white stuff, and the politicians trying not to look a certain way. Huh. Sometimes I wonder if a large-scale revolution of some sorts is in the near future. No wonder people stealing the stuff that escapes reality. There's a number of reasons like that I definitely do it. Just escaping reality in general, I find tends to be pretty worthwhile. All the contracts. Look at me go. Alright. Want to go this way into town. Huzzah. Back. This one is closed. Boo. That one is nothing. Nothing too. I don't like it when they have just such empty nothing. Door's locked. And then, like, what's the point of coming up here? There's nothing up here. I can't do anything here. You're closed. You're open. Need 6 total? How many do I have? I need alloy and I need money. Money! Thought I had an alloy. Doop doop doop. I have Where is my Amrita? I have 4. I need 6. Okay. I have no alloy. Boo. I have equipped right now. Just getting a bunch of scrap and experience. Gun damage. Getting energy. And more experience. I'm good with that, I think. What's up, pup? Point taken. Ability point. Oh, and I just got an alloy. Now I can get 17 for both. Quick maths, that's 34. So I can only get one of these right now. I think I want to get that one. And then I can put all of the titanium pieces on. Titanium, 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 treasured crown. Telescope, radio, bangle. I was hoping that would do something, but it didn't. Bangle, radio, telescope, and the crown. And the crown, right? Yeah. Bark, bark. Do. Let's see if there's anything else from the stores. Door's locked. You got nothing. You never had anything. Sound in my hand, so nothing. Okay. So, journal, lost corgis. I've rescued 16. That's wild. Leon recipes, get to the monorail station. All right. Let's get ourselves onto Yon monorail station. Now, if I were trying to get to Yon monorail, how would I do it? There was another way. I just don't remember where it was. Was it that? I opened this before, didn't I? Why is it closed? Oh, that's to the Jacosta's basement. That's right. So, how do I get to the monorail? What else was good from showcases so far? I know I wishlisted a ton. Or have a list open somewhere. It's really unfortunate to me that the indie showcases don't get nearly as much attention as like the PlayStation State of Play and the Xbox Showcase and everything. I get it, but it also is just unfortunate. Because I know for sure in some of them that I've seen so far, there's some really solid things. Some solid games shown off. Because I've been wishlisting a ton. But most people are only interested in like the God of War, new God of War, or talking about the new God of War because they hate it for one reason or another, or whatever else. Or of course now, Persona. Persona! Which again, I'm also very interested to see more Persona fun. But there's a bunch of other really cool stuff that's coming out too. Not a ton of people are going to be hype about. That being said, like we were just talking about, I know I'm going to be forgetting. I already have forgotten plenty of them that exist and have been announced. So I'm probably part of the problem in that situation. Where's this go? I don't think you have anything for me. Hello. Nothing. Nothing. That's fine. Kind of just exploring at this point. Seeing if there's anything else that I missed. Getting some more scrap while I'm at it. Saving the game. There's probably a hint as to where I'm supposed to be going. Preview section. Doubt people remember that Chrono Metroidvania game that's coming soon. Chrono Metroidvania game. I am among those. Chrono Script? I don't recognize that. Was that announced in the Summer Games Fest anything? Or has this been a thing that's been announced a while ago? Nope, last year? Okay. Script. No, just went a long way around. Is this where I started? Oh my gosh. Just need 1,000 more scrap, and I can buy that other piece too. Okay. So might as well just make my way back over there, I guess. This isn't where I want to go. Mm-hmm. Chronoscript is just stuck in my head now. I'm like, what is that? I have to know what it is. Oh my gosh. Successive acclamation J. AI viewers. That's crazy. Alright. Well, since I'm tapped out now. Chronoscript. Video game. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yep. I do recognize this now. Oh yeah, no one's talking about that at all. Let's see if there's anything on this first page that I can remember. Kaiju cleanup looked like it could be a little bit of fun. Looked like some friend slop kind of fun. But something that I think I could get behind a little bit more. I don't tend to like a lot of the friend slop kind of games. I understand the appeal and everything, but it just... they tend to be lost on me. Is there? recognize some of them on this page. Oh my gosh. Castlevania Belmont's curse, that 1,000,000% is one of the things that I am likely most hyped for, I think. Oopsie. That one looks like it'll be very good. There were a decent amount of Metroidvanias. Which was nice for me. Though I understand it is not everyone's particular brand. Which is fine. People can be wrong sometimes. Down, down, down. Do you have anything of interest or relevance here? You are elsewhere also. I don't think you'll have anything new. No. I do want to go down there more, I guess. Drops. I am so upset right now. I saw the platform as I was landing. It's up there. I know where it is. Oh, I just gotta go right here. Thought it was a much farther run back. That's right. Right where I was. Can you just stop, maybe? How do I get back up from here? Right in front of me. You fool. Some experience. Some levels. And the dot. Get some money. Get a box. Open the box. I haven't played a Castlevania game in a while, which is really weird to think about. And I think the most recent one that I've played was the newer 3D ones, which the first one I did not enjoy very much. I haven't gotten to the second. I haven't played the second one, I don't think. Please pull out gun to do shoost. I want to play the games eventually. Those like Lords of Darkness or something like that, I think they're called something like that. Or just Castlevania in general, do you mean? In general? The OGs are fun. Some of them are a bit more OG kind of dated ones than others, but I think they're still generally some good times. And with all of like the remastered and collections and whatever else that you can get at these days, they're probably even more accessible for newer players to the series. Really like the setting and like some of the themes and things that they'll go into in a lot of the Castlevania games. Or I guess Castlevania content or media. Not always specifically just the games, because some of them are just kind of, hey, evil demon monster, go kill. You are evil demon monster killer. Go do that. Don't mind if I top up right quick. Will you just die from that poison? Yeah, you will. Why did I not come over here before? But yeah, there's a reason that Metroidvanias, with their namesake, well, half of their namesake, why I'm such a fan of them. Help. Though along that same vein, I haven't really played that much of the Metroid franchise, and I really need to. I really want to. Part of the issue is that I never had much going in regards to Nintendo products growing up. See, this looks like this should go somewhere, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Just by the lighting and stuff. Scavenger's notes. No, I want to get out of here now, so I need to go back up more. I need to go down to go up. That's what I always say. In situations like this where you need to go down to go up. Sometimes the combo just doesn't want to go off, and it's a little frustrating. Let me tell you, that's not where I need to go. And here I am. Come on. Give me 43. I'm so close to it. Clearing so much. There we go. Thank you. Okay. I think I'm just trying to get back up and out now. Not you. This way is, I believe, where I came from, which is also means a way to go back. Yes. Excellent. I do this to go back to here, and now I'm here, and I go back into town, and once I'm back in town, I can go to that shop again because I have the money for it now. And also, I'll be able to try this metro entrance right here. I don't think I'll actually be able to use it, but what's the harm in trying? Bought it all. And I know I don't have enough again. I need 6, and I think I have 5 now. Yeah. Just need 1 more. Which is crazy. And I need 3 more ability points. Absolutely not. What was I looking at? Oh, this. What did I just earn? Health from orbs incredible. Me. Can't let Balthazar get away with what he did. I'd better find a way into the monorail station. The front door isn't going to work. Maybe I can find another entrance, that balcony, perhaps. Oh. I wonder what happens if I just try. Doors closed, no travel between districts. Oh, that's okay. Alright. So before we head on here, I think it's time for a break time. Get up, stretch, use the bathroom, do whatever it is you gotta do, and we will be back in just a moment. See you soon. back. There we go. There we go. What else were some good things that showed off? I know there were plenty. This list is a lot longer than I expected it to be, though. I don't remember seeing the stinky adventures of Dung Dung. There's a lot of these I don't recognize. Where's from? Oh, that's a little funny that I hadn't thought to talk about Wolverine at all. Which is something that I'm going to be interested in. I think it'll be really cool. I'm not expecting anything groundbreaking, revolutionary, anything like that. I just think it'll be a good time. Run around smashing up some bubs, ripping them to shreds. Good. Still in the station. You certain you're ready, Alethea? Might be some time before you have a chance to return to Akala. I'm ready. Let's go. Monorail. Damn, it's already started moving. No time to waste. Let's go. One of my favorite types of levels in games. I really like a good train level. What were you aiming at there, bud? I don't like that. That backswing hits me. Oh, I actually get pulled back for doing this too? Someone told me that was talking to someone about the Wolverine trailer, and they said that it looks very boring and very samey to a bunch of other things that they've played lately. And I don't follow that. That didn't make sense to me. Can't get back up. Okay, that's good. There we go. I get that it's looks very similar in a lot of ways to Insomniac's Spider-Man, especially. This music is getting loud. So, like, of course, there's the similarities to Spider-Man, also made by Insomniac, so it kind of makes sense when they have a style and stuff. If you ask me. Oh, you don't care. That's sick. I still have to play the Spider-Man games too, and God of War. I haven't played a lot of formerly PlayStation exclusive games. One day I'll go back through and check a bunch of those off. Hopefully. I'm hitting. I promise I am, game. Good, I needed that scrap. Oh, there's two of them. Excellent. It's so good that the bullet keeps traveling. Need to be chill. Don't have much health left. Died in one shot? Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't mind if I do. That was weird. And I get the Charge Phoenix. You think you'll buy the Leah keychain? I'm thinking about it, yeah. There's still time left on that, right? Although last time I looked, it didn't look like that one was going to be fulfilled. It didn't look like it had enough people signing up for it. That might have been updated since. I think I looked at it yesterday. Still has time? Okay, yeah. We need to double check the timer on that and see where it kind of lines up with paychecks and things, but I like the idea of getting the keychain and putting it in my car and stuff. Cass, what are you doing here? What am I doing? Alethea, you just hijacked a Comitium transport. What do you possibly be thinking? Whatever's going on, Alethea, you need to stop. You both do. You still got friends, Alethea. It's not too late to turn back. Bernard sent you, didn't he? Let's calm down a moment here, Alethea. Calm down. Renard and Balthazar, they killed Jocasta, Cass. They killed the doc. What? Just walk away, Cass. You've never done me wrong. No need for you to get caught up in this. Alethea, this is madness. Please, listen to me. Renard would never hurt the doc. You must be mistaken. Mistaken? There's no mistaking what they did, Cass. Now get out of my way. Don't make me go through you. Marlowe, get to the front of the car. I'll keep her busy. Right. Be careful, Alethea. I've heard she is quite formidable. You really gonna make me do this? I don't want to hurt you. He's not getting away with this, Cass. He can't. Fine. If I have to make you drop that blade, I will. Never was any stopping you once your mind was made up. Attention passengers. Huh? Marlowe? I'm afraid this train to the Legion Garrison has been indefinitely delayed. Our next stop will be rather sudden. The relay has been tampered with. This train's on a one-way trip to the Sylvan Garrison. My compliments, Lady Cassandra. But I'm afraid that won't be enough to stop us. There's a sharp bend ahead. I'm going to speed up and take us off the tracks. Crazy bastard, I have to get up there. Alethea, if we get separated, meet me in Meropis. Here it comes. Brace yourselves. Oh. Now I just have a timer. My flasks, thank you. Defeat Cassandra, the clockwork eye on the monorail. Ah, damn it. Where in the earth did that strength of yours come from? Bernard said you were different, but this... Long story, Cass. Eliza, this Alethea, she cannot reach Meropis. The Sylvan Rangers say the train derailed. How could she have survived?
Do not underestimate her, Eliza. She may be an abyssal knight. If she has survived, she will be a most fearsome enemy.
An abyssal knight, legend or not, perhaps she will be worthy crossing blades.
Do not fail me, Eliza. All of Canaan is depending on you.
I never have, Lord. I will not start now. By your leave. No, by your leave, Eliza. My head. You really did it. Now where is he? Marlowe? Marlowe? Man's nothing if not resourceful. Said to meet him Meropis? I better make my way out of here. Damn it. Can't stay here. Man's nothing if not resourceful. I'll have to trust that he can take care of himself. I better make my way out of here and find a way to Meropis. You just said that like twice. Why? Is this the actual way that I'm supposed to go? No. There's nothing up here. Cool. But why you show me pretty shinies and then not let me get pretty shinies? Was that just another way I could have come up here? Oopsie. That's alright. Cassandra's hairband. Max health, blade damage, and resistance. Cass, are you alright? My arm, definitely broken. I'm sorry, Cass. I didn't expect you to be on that train. Whatever's going on here, I think my role in it is over. Couldn't even slow you down if I wanted to. Maybe it's for the best. Vanguard's not exactly what I thought it was. Maybe just not what I wanted it to be. Should have stayed with you in Erkala, huh? Never should have gone chasing after Renard. Old habits, I guess. There'll be time for regrets later. Come on, let's get out of here. I don't think I'll be much use in a fight with this arm. Don't worry, Alethea. Lead on, and I'll follow. What? Oop. Almost just walked directly into that without even looking. Mm-hmm. Oh, goody. Eye drops. I don't remember what any of those other things do. Find the gates of Meropis. Oop. Silva, the Great Forest. I didn't expect all of this to take me here. Beautiful, isn't it? Hauntingly. Rangers call this place the Roots. You know, some of them say it's what the world looked like before. Before? Before what? Well, if you believe some of the stories, the founders didn't find this place green. They made it. The seed and soil brought from somewhere else. Somewhere else? Where could that possibly be? That I can't say. Part of the job's not asking questions like that, Alethea. That's a bum deal. Whip plant. Oh my. Yeah, I thought you were going to attack me, huh? I was right. That's the last one I needed. Corgi. Corgaloo. Oh, dang, when did I get so many? Break, light damage. Charge Tesla damage to explode on impact, fire a spread of bullets, or increase your usable health item healing bonus. I can get that one right now, so might as well. I think. Oh my gosh. Oh. Nope. Nice. I know, buddy. I'm coming. I'm a coming. I just... Okay. Chippa, chippa, chippa. Another infused emerita? That means that I can level it up even more. Oh, that's how I open up those things. Okay, got it. Venom sac. What do I do with a venom sac? Wall sack filled with venom. Sweet. boy. I need to find some health soon. Keen goggles. What do keen goggles? Blade damage down. Gun damage up. Gun break up, resistance down. Doesn't seem like an appealing sort of item. Oh, I missed a... Oh, I need to shoot it here. Got it. Got it. It looked like there was a platform there. What do you mean? What's up, buddy? Tofu. What up, my boy? Tofu. Hello. Show me the available contracts. Piranha Bats. Clockwork Defenders. Okay. Oh, hey, whoa, no, let's not. I didn't want to do the story. I have 11 days. Cool. Sweet. Okay, cool. No caster, a Macayan? This is madness.
I'm sorry, Renard. I truly am. But Anoya made her choice. Had you not intervened, I wouldn't be standing here. But I fear it will only get harder from here. We must steel ourselves for what comes next. The Achaeans have shown their true colors. It is time to end this.
But this, what you're suggesting, she said you were wrong, Balthazar. She said there was an abyssal knight. Tell me, just what's going on here?
You want the truth? To dredge up a past better left forgotten? Is your faith in me so easily shaken? Me, who lifted you from squalor? I need not remind you of the scleroma, Renard. How it took the life you might have led. How she took the life you might have led.
Is it so simple? Is everything she said really a lie? Please, Balthazar. I need to know exactly what we're fighting here. I need to know you're right.
You must trust me, Renard, as you have always done. Now that the pain that drove you to me was her doing. Know that the pain that drove you to me was her doing, and everything you've done since, whether base or noble.
Trust, I understand. Above all, I can't fail Canaan.
Then do not falter now. Fulfill your oath. Do not let anyone interrupt me. And should the Abyssal Night come, do your duty, Renard. There is no other choice.
Oh, okay. I accept this then. That I shall allow. Ooh, and I have enough points for one of these. Let's do this. You're about to blow up? Oh no, Coffee, what happened? You good? Everything okay? What are you doing here? How do we keep running into each other, Leon? Following me? What? Of course not. You think I'm some sort of stalker? No, Leon, an opportunist. Who on earth else is going to buy your trinkets?
Trinkets?
Relax, Leon. Might be something of a scoundrel, but I'll be damned if your accessories haven't proven useful. But what are you doing here? Silva's no place for a merchant, even one as resourceful as you. But Faust sent me. He's curious about the strange new plants and creatures cropping up around here. Of course, it didn't say that it'd be so damn dangerous. It certainly does sound like Faust. Say, I don't suppose you'd be willing to collect those samples for me? God, it's not another errand. What's the job? And if I blow up, so does the toilet. Every time, Coffee. What are you eating so much that keeps on landing you in this predicament? It's not so bad, just a mite bit dangerous for someone like me, but for you, a cakewalk. Fine, what does the Mad Doc need? You know those nasty little bugs bounding around here in Silva? Faust wants a sample of their venom. All right. You know, I am pretty busy here, Leon, but fortunately I already have a sack of venom. I'd do it myself, but I'm not sure I'd survive it. And besides, if what Faust tells me is correct, whatever in Erd it is he wants to concoct with that venom, well, I think it might come in handy for you. In the meantime, care to browse my wares? Something tells me this might be the last chance you'll get to craft new accessories.
Show me what you got. You have nothing new. My time to fulfill my duty. For the nation, for the Emperor!
More research notes. Can you craft anything new? You can. Excellent. Strength ring. Impact and releases a small charge that strengthens the blow. Fused Amrita. Canaan map. Missing corgis. Yes, please. Strength ring. Cool. Alright, where's all the Korgaloos? The Korgungans, there's one. It's just one, there's two, okay. Say if there's just one left on the entire map, it made me quite sad. But just two, and kind of out of the way like that, I think I'm okay. That makes sense. I'm good with it.
For the Republic!
Okay. Kind of want to just go back through here. Get some of these done. How many venom sacks do you need? The recipe's 10. Ugh. I went up here. Yes. You suck. Stupid bat. Get back here. Why are you scared of me? It's because I'm gonna beat your butt. Perfectly fell into that. Why am I poisoned? The next clip redeem, sending 2, just so you can see the talent in the second one. First clip is the original song, the second is your Oshi's cover. Okay. Venom sack. Shaboopy, shaboopy. Okay, alright. I'll call. Can I heal, please? Heal. Heal. Thank you. Boy, howdy. This game, sometimes, I know that sometimes it's on me, but also, it's not. The kids that are wrong. Finally, those fumes down there were fogging up my lens. Cass, this is unlike anything you've ever seen? I know. Those strange fumes, the animals, even the damn plants. Lately, it seems like everything's here's been meaner? Stinking a few nasty weeds? I've handled worse. Well, this is a place to deceive you, Alethea. Stay on your guard. Okay. Let's say emerald? Emerald, maybe? Okay. Go, go, go! And I'm sack. And I'm sack. I remember complaining about constantly getting antidotes. And like, I haven't gotten poisoned. I don't know when I will be poisoned. Why do I need so many antidotes? And now, never-ending poison. Never, never, never ending. Alright. Well, let's check out what you got. Since we're at a save point, death reset kind of situation time in a way. Well, here we are. Did that part? I need to remember which Attack Titan. Yeah. I know you've seen just the game right now. Is it that one? That sounds so much like Uncle My Wife. Yeah, it sounds very similar to this part.
Who needs 3D women when you got Congo? Oh, jeez. Alright. Now let's go to the cover. I'll show the cover, the ending theme. Good job, everyone. You too. Remember this one anime shop I went to with my time in Germany, and it was disappointing. Disappointing. Disappointed. Doop, doop. Yoink. Oh, that's right. We are going to do a break time. What am I doing? Because it's about that time for break time. And we lined up nicely with the death and the song. So get up, stretch, use the bathroom, do whatever it is you gotta do, and we will be back momentarily. See you soon.
What have I returned to? What's happening here, Coffee? What's the dealio? Regale us with your tales. When they're not expecting anything good to be found, I entered the shop and there were a lot of figurines, mostly Pokemon, One Piece, Naruto, Frieren, JJK, and Bleach. Then I saw, at the corner of my eye, a particular Anchor logo. They've got Concole figures. Went over and only saw one figurine, which was of IJN Yamato. Same Yamato who didn't do anything in the anime except waste resources and fire a single salvo. Still held on to hope that there's my lovely wife Congo somewhere. Take the stinky Yamato off the shelf to see what's behind her, and it was empty. Dun dun dun. Only one Concole figurine, and it was Yamato, the fattest woman in the show who only ate mountains of food, used a lot of valuable resources, and did nothing but sat on her butt the entire show. Left disappointed and empty-handed. I am so sorry for your loss, Coffee. That they did not have your beloved in stock and available for you. Reach max level. I know you want it, Congo. I get it. I see what you're saying. I'm picking it up. Even Fubuki would have been better. Ooh. Second wife. Oh, Venom Sac. Venom Sac. Venom Sac. Venom Sac. Venom Sac. Like 3 figurines I'd take. Congo, of course. Fuso, my favorite battleship in terms of actual battleships, or Fubuki, main character of the show, and a total pushover. Is that why you like her? Nah. That's good. Fubuki is a nice ship, like an actual real-life ship terms. Nice. Fubuki was the first of her design of destroyer, and almost everything after was built with the same style as Fubuki. Interesting. Is that exclusive to, I assume, the Japanese Navy? Venom Sac. Venom Sac. Yeah, nice. Corrupted ring. What is the corrupted ring? Blade damage and gun damage, but resistance down. Ooh. I just checked, and there's an Akizuki figurine from Kankole. My wallet's gonna hate me. Uh-oh. That's not what you want to hear. But I understand. Believe you me, I do. Akizuki has to be my favorite class of ship. Oh. So you're cheating on Kongo. Unless Kongo is an Akizuki ship. What class, if not, what class of ship is Kongo? Boo. There we go. First try. First try, every try. Nice. Charge my Tesla. We got just a couple more upgrades to get. Excuse me. Kongo's a nice ship, but it's not exactly the best ship. It was pretty decent for its time, but Akizuki was the top dog when it came to destroyers. Interesting. Are they all destroyers? It's the ones that you seem to reference the most, at least. In terms of all destroyers, UK, American, German, Soviet, Akizuki class from Japan was just superior to everything they could muster. And their platforms up here. Kongo's a battleship. I love her because she was so fun to watch because of her personality in the anime. Fortunately, Akizuki didn't make it to the anime. So maybe Akizuki would be the favorite? More like Oshizuki. See what I did there? Akizuki was in the anime. Instant fave. Oh, dang. instant. Did I finish any of these yet? Haven't seen any of those yet. One more, okay. Need a lot more bets. What are you? Beat every type of enemy at least once. Nice. I could use some venom sacks, boys. Please? Emerald. Go. Journal updated. Sweets. Didn't think there would be anything for that, but I thought I would check anyway. Got the samples. Would please. So without that, something for you as a reward for helping me. This vest will protect you against the venom from creatures in this forest. I'm gonna make sure I was protected in case I came in contact with one of those vile creatures, and I must have forgotten I had on me. Sort of crazy clip has fellow mystery got today. Oh, let me give you a rundown of what Kongu and Akizuki classes were. I'm a ship nerd, okay? Okay. Better late than never. I got Carapace Vest. Is that a thing I have to equip? Poison toss. Oh yeah, that'll be worth it. That'll absolutely be worth it. What do I take off though? Not experience. Gun damage. Accidentally generate 2 energy per second up to a max of 1 bullet. Let's do that one. Alright. Alright. Let's see what kind of crazy clip Mystery has for us today. Shall we? Bup, bup, bup. It's the thumbnails sometimes that just really started off strong, you know?
You're my boy,
and you're my dad.
you are the best boy that a dad could have.
You taught me how to fish.
And ride a bike.
When I'm with my dad, everything's alright.
When I'm with my boy, everything's just fine.
When I'm with my dad, I can feel sunshine.
I hope my boy grows up to be just like me.
You'll be proud, Pops, you can count on me.
I look upon my boy with wonder and bliss.
Dad, Mom's cheating on you! I just found out! I'm so sorry!
I didn't expect it to keep going after that.
Stop crying, dig. Dig.
Sing it. You're my boy.
And you're my dad.
You are the best boy that Dad could have.
Oh, mystery. Oh, mystery. JN Gungu was a battleship Japan had bought from Britain. She was built in the 1920s and was a later dreadnought-type ship. Japan saw the aging battleship, and before the Second World War, Japan retrofitted, basically upgraded and modernized, the Kongu. She then served in the Second World War and proved a formidable foe to the aged American battleships. By the time World War II kicked off, Kongu was already an aging ship, but still formidable, just there were better battleships out there. I see. What I don't see is how I'm supposed to get that stupid, that gosh dang core glue up there. Yeah, how do you like being poisoned? I don't know what I did, but I did something there. Come on. If I can... I had it. Come on, you... I'm trying to use my dash charge so that it can recharge. I'm trying to use my dash charge first before the double jump so that it recharges if I'm able to jump off of there like I have a couple times now. I'm just not able to get the wall jump yet for some reason. Just trying to recreate the wall jump now. And I can't even get that. Is there an item or something that lets me jump higher? Road, close to spectrum, watermark, creases, magnets. Memories of days. Eyesight. Grip. Tesla generator. Test scope. Still our gamble away. Like grip strength. Almost all text is worn away. Where's vitality?
Unnatural human capabilities. Regenerative abilities. Cost. The manual was a small charge. Back in World War II, Japan saw the age of beyond visual range naval combat with the rise of aircraft carriers, and the aircraft carriers are of course vulnerable if they are not escorted by other ships. Japan went to solve this issue by creating the Azuki class, a destroyer built specifically for escort missions. The Akazuki class was really heavy and admired for a destroyer. Some Americans had thought it to be a cruiser. The Akazuki class were fitted with high-angle 100mm cannons on very fast-turning turrets, and the guns had amazing automatic loaders which made each turret push out a shell in mere 4 seconds. Ooh. It's pretty speedy. Oh, that's not what I wanted to replace. That's what I wanted to replace. Okay. Partially just curious if that will actually allow me to regen. No, buddy, I'm working on it. It doesn't look like I'm actually regenning health with that. Which is voodoo butt cheeks. Cannons were dual mounted, and with 4 turrets, the Akazuki class was the perfect fire suppression if it came to naval combat, and with the high-angle gun elevation, it could also shoot down planes if the multiple dedicated anti-aircraft guns in the midsection wasn't enough. What am I missing here? That's not what I need. That's not what I need. That's not what I need. Experiment time. Okay, it gives me roughly the same dash. Is there an item or something that lets me bullet damage and break, anti-venom, crit chance, crit damage, energy? No. Akazuki also had quad torpedo launcher for enemy ships such as battleships and cruisers. Akazuki also had around 50 depth charges for destroying submarines. So anything the Akazuki found was something Akazuki could kill. Doing wrong there. I don't get why I can't just get up there. Ooh, I wonder if I need the emerald key. Not a single destroyer was able to compete with Akazuki directly, and the best part about Akazuki class ships was that they were easy to mass produce. Interesting. Those don't tend to go along well together. Memory serves right, there were about 20 plus ships in the Akazuki class. Oh wow. Good night. Yep. Oop. Explorer's notes. Akazuki class ships have some very high importance missions, such as escorting the Yamato, escorting Musashi, escorting Shinano. Yes, Akazuki class escorted all 3 of the Yamato class battleships aircraft carriers. Very importante. And hell, I'm gonna redeem a clip. The clip goes a little above 5 minutes at 8 minutes of history, so if you'll allow a longer clip, then you can learn more about Akazuki. Let's do it. I keep on thinking that that's a platform there, and it's not, and it saddens me to such a degree. Where do I go from here? Coming up. You were ready to go. Can't shoot while doing this. If I have the chance to promote that YouTube channel, then I will. Understood. Okay. Maybe this is how I can get the corgi. Hello. Make such great short-form documentaries. Nice. There's also one more thing I have to say about the Akazuki class. It's a beautiful looking ship. Are we still talking about the ship, or are we talking about the anime here? Or Akazuki wasn't in the anime. That's right. Actual ship. Gotcha. To say emerald? Again. Yeah, I know that that goes up. I don't get any more level ups? Oh. Journal updated, nice. That just takes me back here. Which doesn't help me get to the corgi. Where was that other... Oh, it's gonna turn on some sort of fan system. Where was that other emerald? That was on me fully. I understand. Heal up. Turn this in. And I think I can take off the crown item now, because I mostly grabbed it for the experience gain. Blade health, blade break resistance, health, blade damage resistance. Those would be pretty good. Health, gun damage resistance, and gloves. Yeah, I think the gloves. Cool. Nice. Then we'll see if you have anything else. More research notes. Okay. Fused the onyx belt. Blade damage, blade break resistance. Ooh, that might replace the item I just put on. Ready, 5, 15, 10, 15. 20, 20, 10. So I lose a little bit of blade damage, but I get more blade break and more health and resistance. So that's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. And I still need to get 4 more piranha bats. Oh, and then I wanted to also check my upgrades. So I can get that. I think these are the only ones I have left then, right? Cool. Alright, let's see. Let's learn about some ships, shall we? Wrong slider. Eight-minute history. An incredible story as well. Let's go.
At roughly 14:30 on the 19th of January, 1943, the transport vessel Myoho Maru was torpedoed by the USS Swordfish, SS-193. Approximately 2 hours later, it became apparent that the transport needed assistance, and so it radioed distress, with the signal reaching 2 warships operating outside of the Shortlands, the mine layer Hatsutaka and the brand new destroyer Akizuki. At roughly 21:30, the 2 warships approached the reported position of Myoho Maru, and 10 minutes later, Akizuki spotted a submarine riding on the surface. Initially, there were doubts aboard Akizuki as to whether this was a Japanese or United States submarine, and as a result, Akizuki did not open fire. It was eventually acknowledged that no Japanese submarines were reported to be operating in the area, and that meant this had to be a US submarine, and in fact it was, the USS Nautilus SS-168. At a range of 3,100 meters, Akizuki opened fire with its main battery Type 98 10-centimeter high-angle guns. Nautilus quickly submerged, and Akizuki attempted to close the range. And unknown to Akizuki's crew, at 21:50, Nautilus fired 2 torpedoes from its bow tubes, and one struck the Akizuki on the starboard side in Boiler Room 1. It ended up blowing a hole in the ship's side that was roughly 8 meters long and 4 meters high, and it damaged a variety of bulkheads, which resulted in extensive flooding in the bow of the ship below the upper deck, flooding the first boiler room, the forward magazines, forward crew spaces, and forward trim tanks. The fire control systems for the main battery and torpedo tubes on the forward end of the ship also went offline as a result of damage from excessive shock. Luckily, the bulkheads separating Boiler Room 1 and Boiler Room 2 held firm, and no flooding was reported in Boiler Room 2. With the destroyer still keeping up the chase, Nautilus fired an additional 3 torpedoes from its bow tubes, and one more would find its mark on Akizuki on the starboard bow, though it failed to detonate. The Japanese would later discover, through a dent in the hull, that the torpedo had struck the ship just underneath turret number 2. A couple of minutes later, Akizuki's helmsman reported that he had lost control of the ship's rudder, and as a result, emergency steering was ordered. Once the ship's course was back under control, Akizuki kept up the chase on Nautilus, forcing Nautilus to zigzag in an attempt to escape the destroyer, which it eventually did. After a few hours, Akizuki gave up the chase, and it began to make its way back to Shortland. Akizuki and Hatsutaka arrived back at Shortland at roughly 14:30 on the 20th of January. They had not located the Myoho Maru, which succumbed to its damage before the vessels arrived. Once moored, it became apparent that Akizuki's survival was remarkable. The vessel's hull was severely strained in the vicinity of the torpedo hit, and it had a forward trim of roughly 2 meters. Its top speed was limited to 20 knots compared to its roughly 34 knots maximum speed. Akizuki suffered 14 dead and 63 wounded. Amongst the wounded was Admiral Kimura, who was removed from the ship as soon as it moored. Akizuki would then depart Shortland on the 30th of January en route for Truk, where it arrived on the 2nd of February. Akizuki moored alongside the fleet repair ship Akashi, which conducted emergency repairs on Akizuki's hull, enabling it to make the voyage back to Japan, where it could be docked for permanent repairs. By the evening of the 10th of March, emergency repairs were completed, and the next day, Akizuki departed Truk en route for Saipan, with Tokyo Maru acting as escort. The 2 vessels would arrive at Saipan on the 13th of March, and the next day, Akizuki departed Saipan en route for Japan. After sailing roughly 40 nautical miles, Akazuki's keel failed at frame 75, and the ship split in half all the way up to the main deck. Akazuki sagged heavily underneath the bridge structure, and the crew feared that the ship was about to split in half and sink, and as a result, they cancelled their voyage, and Akazuki was towed back to Saipan by the Shoei Maru. The two vessels arrived back at Saipan the next day, and it was quickly acknowledged that Akazuki had no chance of making it back to Japan for permanent repairs unless more emergency repairs were conducted at Saipan. The ship was beached, and its bridge structure, along with turrets number 1 and 2, were removed from the hull. Following that, the main deck at frame 75 was cut, completing the separation of the hull. A small false bow was then fitted to the forward end of boiler room number 1 to make the ship seaworthy again, and a temporary wheelhouse was installed at the forward base of the funnel. Since boiler room 2 was still fully operational, and both of the ship's primary propulsion turbines were undamaged, Akazuki departed Saipan for a second time on the 24th of June, 1943, under its own power, with 3 escorts. The 4 ships would arrive at Nagasaki, Japan, on the 2nd of July, and Akazuki was dry docked 3 days later. The Japanese had 2 paths to choose from in order to conduct the repairs on Akazuki. They could either build an all-new bow for the destroyer, or they could take a bow from another destroyer and attach it to the forward end of Akazuki. Nagasaki just happened to have one of Akazuki's sister ships under construction, Shimatsuki, which had yet to receive its machinery, and so its construction was sitting in limbo. In order to greatly reduce the repair time of Akazuki, it was decided that Shimatsuki's bow would be cut off from frame 75 and then attached to Akazuki's stern. Akazuki would be under repair for 118 days, of which 57 were spent sitting in dry dock. On the 23rd of October 1943, Akazuki would officially leave dry dock, with repairs on the bow having been completed. While the ship was undergoing this lengthy repair time, the Japanese took the opportunity to modify the ship's loadout. The foremast would receive adequate alterations to mount the Type 21 General Surface Search Radar antenna. The aftermost Type 94 high-angle fire control system was removed and replaced with a triple-mount Type 96 25mm machine gun. The twin-mount Type 96 anti-aircraft positions located just ahead of the torpedo tubes would also be replaced with triple mounts. Finally, the ship would also receive a hydrophone set, which was installed in its lower hull. For the last week of October, Akazuki would run sea trials outside of Nagasaki to confirm that the repairs conducted were adequate, which was confirmed by the 31st of October when the ship departed Nagasaki for Sasebo, having been reassigned to Destroyer Division 61. As for Shimatsuki, Nagasaki would reconstruct the ship's bow, which was completed by December 1943, and on the 31st of March 1944, the destroyer was commissioned into the Navy. With that having been said, there is nothing more to add on to this topic for today. So, if you have learned something new in this video, why not leave a like and a comment down below, and have a wonderful day.
That didn't feel like 8 minutes. That flew through. Interesting. It's pretty impressive that it was able to keep going after being split in half and being put together multiple times. Because yeah, it got torn up. Torn up and apart. I really want to get this corgi, but I don't know how. Oh, it's right here. That's where the other one is. Must be off. That is totally fine. I get it, coffee. Have a good one, and thanks for stopping by. Alright, so this is on now, yep. Boom. Found you, ECMO. ECMO? Never heard that name before. Alright. Cool. Now we can continue. Fine, I'll just go this way.
There's a lot of really interesting, I think, naval kind of combat and history. Just history in general of a lot of different things that we've done with the sea. Because we have certainly done a lot. And there's still so much of it to explore too, which is one of the wildest parts, I think. It's one of those we still really have... Okay, I didn't need to do all that. We still have really no idea what all is out there. Of course, I also just enjoy the water in general. Boop, 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 ba-doop, boo. I was not paying enough attention to the top side. Hi, Corgi. Found you, Misha. Down. How am I supposed to get this? Shut up. Game's dumb. I can get an upgrade now. Maybe attack while holding forward, or maybe attack while holding down. Charged energy in a whirl of flame. Down or forward. Let's grab that one. Alright, back here again. Oh. Got too overzealous with it.
Good night.
No! I wanted to kill it.
Fine.
Did I just hear a bark? Where are you, boy?
What?
Nice. This is mostly just going to be learning the path. What am I running into there? What do you mean? A little bit lower just to... That's frustrating. That's not where I needed to do that. That's frustrating when it's just a little bit off. Hey, bud. Found you, Hudson. Oh, boy. Is there some way to get out of here? Found it. Cool beans. Might need to go back to the heal station at this rate. So I don't think it's too far. And I have some shortcuts now, which will be very helpful. Oh, and I completed the other thing. Right? Didn't I? Oh, no, I did not. Okay. 4 more piranha bats, and... Oh, then I won't be able to get it still. Boo. Okay, fine. Nice. Okay. So get us in here. And then up. Hey, you got any more friends? I need to kill a few more of you. Excellent. Oh, that was some luck right there. I hear you. Where are you, corgi friend? Where else could you be? What is the truth of this world we live in? Where I hear you but cannot see. heard it. It's not showing up the map, though, either. Nice.
Heal, girl. You fool.
Just like last time. Learning the patterns, learning the locations, where I'm supposed to do what, trying out different things, seeing what works and what doesn't. Oh boy. Star Pendant, acquire all accessories. Oh, that one sucked. Crit chance, crit damage, resistance. Ooh. Nice. And I got that, which is good too. Spot is cleared out for now. I need one more piranha bats, which there was one right in here. You There we go. So if I go down here, complete all bounties from the bounty board. Nothing useful for me. Cool. Do I have enough for this now? Acquire all upgrades in the gem board. Sick. Time to go refill and then complete the climb. It's the climb. Boo, cheap shot. I think this is where I want to go. I could be wrong on that. I am in fact wrong on that. Okay. And we're back. Just like that. Thought there'd be something down here somewhere. There we are. Here's the manita. this and upgrade my flask. All the way over here. Oh, and you have some stuff too? Oh, you don't have some stuff. Okay. And, can't do it any further? Can't upgrade your flask any further. Oh. Interesting. Don't I still have some Rita, though? Yeah, I have 6 more infused Amanita. Wild. Don't need the antidote anymore. Luck. Let's grab that. Let's do that. And back to... Was it Silva? I don't remember. Yeah, nice. Cool. Sweet. And I get an ability point? I have extra ability points now, too? Alright, who am I fighting? Hello. Well, look who it is, the Sultaner. Just one Vanguard? You really think that's enough to stop me? We shall endeavor to find out. Now, draw your sword. Really? Don't you want to talk my ear out first? Most of you Vanguard are all prattle, no offense, Cass. Careful, Alethea. This one's dangerous. Lady Cassandra, it seems I misjudged you. A pity. Well, are you prepared or not, Soldner? No mistaking that attitude. You must be Eliza, Lady of the Broken Lance. She's mine, Cassandra. You get out of here. I've perilously little patience for these introductions, girl, and no interest in your name or reputation, only your actual skill. Show me what you got, how hot that fire of yours blazes, Soldner. Let us make this a duel to remember. You're not as strong as they claimed. You're far stronger. Finally, a real fight. Go, Cinder, and leave me be. You've earned this. You fought well, Eliza. Now, rest. Defeat Eliza, the Lady of the Broken Lands. Cinders, she put up a fight. Wouldn't have expected anything less from her. Time to stop all this chaos before my sword arm gets tired. Wait, can't just go storming through the front gates. The entire weight of Metropolis thrown against us? Even you wouldn't stand a chance. Besides, there's been enough bloodshed. Subtle approach has never been my way, Cass. What do you suggest? You'll need to trust me on this one, but I have a plan. You should know this is a one-way ticket. Hope you've had your fill of the forest. You ready? No. Give me a minute. All right, but we can't stand out here forever. Probably could. First, I want to heal, and then I think I want to go and save those last two corgis that I can see on the map. Because that's all I got left. That's not one. Is my spot got reset? Over here. 2, 3. Really gonna be 23 of them? At least that's not in a bad spot. And there's a thing in Fornax, so I can just take that there. Okay. Corgi collectibles are an inspired choice. They are pretty solid. They are absolutely a major motivating factor in me getting all of these. How you doing, Jard? Hope you're doing all right. Check out any fun, exciting announcements or anything, or not really. Let's go get that one first. It's up. Up. Doing alright. Fighting napping urges by making some updates to this little Pokemon NPC tool. Nice. I might have put in a number of entries myself while listening to all of the horrible takes about cool runnings to distract myself from how aggressively wrong they were. Energy vial. P6 announcement looked interesting, kind of neat. They're going for a more emo edgelord tone again. I am not going to be all that interested or excited in that until they actually show anything off. That is unfortunately one of the issues that I have developed, is that I don't really feel all that much hype about anything. Willow! Because I never know when things are actually going to be coming out or what kind of state they'll be in when they come out. Because, like, that aesthetic Absolutely. Very much about that, and want some more of it. But we have no idea if that's actually even going to be what the game looks like, or how that's going to be related or tied in, or whatever else. So I gave Cool Runnings an 8. Oh, you can see who gives what results. A. Wasn't aware you were such a fan. So I definitely didn't chat too much during the review or anything. But the 8 for me was I wouldn't say mostly, but there was a lot of nostalgia pulling that. Not to mention the fact that it's a Disney Channel original movie, so I wasn't really holding it to a massive standard or anything. But maybe that's just me. Good call, and the correct call, in my opinion. So, here's the thing. I was in a Discord call with a few people during that announcement, and when Atlas came on the screen for that one, it was like, all right, everyone, shut up. I need to lock in and listen to this, and this is all I've ever wanted. This is all I've been waiting for. It's time. It's my moments, etc. And I'm bummed that I don't get that kind of hype around it about any game anymore. And it makes me a little sad, honestly. I wish I had that kind of excitement, but instead, I just feel so burnt out and jaded from a lot of releases. E3 vibes I got from it were correctly pointed out, were definitely unexpected, but I can only get so excited. I also haven't played P3, so I don't know. I also was looking away during the trailer, but from what I got, it was just like a bunch of cemeteries and things with some coloring to it. But once Pomo correctly pointed out that I shouldn't be casting my votes in the chat poll. Ah. I see. Where am I going? I'm going up. I need to go... Was it a digital channel movie? I'd be surprised if Disney let people say asshole on that channel. I'm pretty sure it was a decom. That's how I remember first seeing it, at the very least. And I don't remember at all hearing those particular lines, but also I wouldn't, because I was a child, and those words mean nothing to me. Meant nothing to me. Now they're really important. I'm so old and curmudgeon-y now. Yep. I also can't get hype for even my most favorite franchises ever. Now my default reaction to an announcement now is just, oh boy, hope they don't mess it up. Yep. And I hate it. It bothers me so much because I want to be excited about stuff again. It's really, really annoying. And part of that also stems from things like Assassin's Creed, formerly my favorite franchise. I cannot get excited about it anymore. It's an Ubisoft title, and the last number of them have not been good. They're going very much away from the formula of success that I fell in love with for the game. Simsy. So it's just like, well, what do I have to be hyped about anymore? Not to mention the fact that another issue that I know I have is that I don't remember the last time I day one bought anything. Partially due to all of the issues and mix-ups and problems and whatever else that games have. Okay, that's not true. I do remember I got Helldivers 2 day one. I pre-ordered that. That was, I think, the last time I got anything. What's up, bud? Harley. And like, I don't think about it, I probably haven't pre-ordered anything since like maybe high school, and that is a totally like logical, like that's a smart way to do it. No one should be faulting you or giving you any crap for that or whatever else. I can't remember if I pre-ordered Evolve or not, but I know I bought Evolve pretty early on because I really enjoyed that game. I played in a lot of tests with a bunch of different streamers and was just really enjoying that game. And I think it's still a really solid game and a really, really cool premise and everything. It just wasn't handled the best, especially after launch. And that was one where myself and a bunch of the people that I was playing with were like, yeah, you can't pre-order anymore. It's just not, it's not worth it. Chance I pre-ordered BioShock Infinite in college, but that's probably the latest one I can remember. There's definitely been some in between that. Well, nope. Not in between Helldivers. I don't think. Was already way off the pre-order bandwagon by the time they started doing pre-order bonuses. I only ever did it to ensure that a copy would be available for me at GameStop day one. And now it's like, oh, well, if you pre-order, then you get access 3 days early, and you get early access to this one particular skin, and whatever else, and it really sucks. And, like, I similarly feel so jaded and just burnt out of, like, the game industry kinda sucks in a lot of ways lately. It's really unfortunate and annoying. Oh, there you are. Okay. So I need to go back to, where are you? Ricala. Pre-order to get early access is so heinous, yeah. And it honestly only serves some completely forgot my train. It only really serves like some streamers or some content creators. At least Indie's mostly been thriving. You say that, but then there's indie companies that are starting to try and model that same practices, all of those same practices, because they understandably are seeing success from larger studios, and so their mentality is kind of like, well, why can't I do that? I want some money. That's why I had to sneak in mostly. Yeah, I get it, but it's just part of the discussion, I suppose. So it's me thinking about how maybe because I'm just in like a negative spot about the gaming industry in general at the moment. Maybe not really in general, but just like because of this topic. Nope, nope. Oh, please. Which I brought up, so it's not like it's only my fault for being in this spot. All right, there you are. How do I get to you, boy? Indie space is the only space where it feels possible for games to be made like they were back when creative ideas and innovation were paramount to sell copies. You mind? It does mostly feel that way, I do agree. Which really sucks because I don't want it to be. I want to have the games in the series that I enjoy. Made by more people that I enjoy and want to be seen succeed and such. Sitting on a small fortune, I bet you are. So you, how do I get to you? Can smell from a mile away when design decisions are made for monetary reasons instead of crew. Yeah, because they don't really hide it. They don't really care to... To what? They don't really care to obfuscate that. They don't really... They're just like, well, you're going to buy it anyway, so... Like, yeah... You know we're doing it, we know we're doing it. So get over it. Where am I? I need to go up. It is a shame that the games with the highest budgets aren't really able to utilize it effectively for creative endeavors. It's true. Very true. It's very frustrating how soulless so many things just tend to be these days. It does also... That's not how that works. Maxine! It said journal updated. Like, imagine if the Assassin's Creed had full creative control to explore their ideas and the money to actually realize them. I don't know what that looks like anymore, is another kind of sub-issue of this. Is, even if they did fully, like, move away from Ubisoft, get the IP, and do something that sounds exciting, sounds interesting, and went back to its roots, which they actually did a little bit. There was a Assassin's Creed Mirage, I think it was called. And it came out between Valhalla and Shadows, I want to say. So between Vikings and the new Ninja Samurai one. And it did not do well because, one, wasn't marketed very much, and two, it was a incredibly stunted experience from what most Assassin's Creed games were, especially at the time, but even for the earlier ones, which it did emulate a lot more. And so the problem then comes with of, do they even know what, like, full creative control making a true OG Assassin's Creed game is at this point? Which is also concerning. And I know that there are plenty of talented, passionate people that would be more than happy to get in there and do exactly that. But does anyone trust that anymore? Is that actually going to get any sort of funding or support anymore? Arf, arf, arf. Is that a fin? Where'd you find this? Still appreciate the gesture, buddy. Find all lost corgis and return them to Finn. Complete all character quests. Cool. I can do nothing with that, but I have it. I did it. That actually made me think of, not the achievement, the kind of concept I'm talking about, of the Rayman remasters, which I know how you feel about remasters. It still doesn't make sense to me too much. I do very much understand. I fully understand the, like, hey, I want something new. I want something creative. I want something fun and unique. I don't just want you to keep remaking the same old things, but at the same time, stick with me here, I do appreciate the updates that come with a lot of, especially the older the game is, bringing it updated. So here is an example. The Crash Bandicoot, what is it, Insane Trilogy remaster or whatever it was, that is something that I really, really liked. Would I like to still have the OG PS1, I think, versions of everything? Yeah, and I like having those, but I'm also not upset about having a remake that I can revisit with the same kind of lens that I had back when I originally played it. So, you know those like side-swiping on their websites for a bunch of those remasters where it'll have, oh yes, so I swipe to one side and you'll see the retro version, swipe to the other side, you'll see the updated graphics and everything. Me, in my head, thinking back to when I was playing OG Crash and Spyro and whatever, it was the visuals of the updated graphics. If I go back and I play on the original thing, it feels like it's missing a ton to me. And that is something that does kind of take away from my experience replaying and re-going through the stuff. And so having the updated version of what matches more in my head of what I remember, that brings back almost more, maybe not more, but just as much of the nostalgia for me replaying through it. Not to mention the fact that there are loads of quality of life updates that get put into things that make it, for me again, more enjoyable to go back and replay a bunch of them. I get the original design and a bunch of stuff does get messed with, but it again more closely lines up with what my experience was, what my memory of that is, and allows me to enjoy it again in modern times with a lot of more quality of life updates and improvements to things like, one of the things that keeps coming to mind as I'm talking about this is in Spyro. When you would glide with Spyro and you would you'd have like the ledges, right? You'd jump, you'd glide, and you'd hit right here, like just underneath the ledge. Spyro would come in and be just underneath, and then you'd bonk, you'd fall down, you'd lose. In one of the updates, they made it so that when you get that, you do a little flutter, and then you go up on top. And that, to me, is something that is a very nice improvement over the original, while still keeping enough, as long as they do it correctly, enough of the original experience together. And then, like the Rayman remaster, retold, whatever thing they're doing here, adding a little bit of extra stuff is something that I think I also appreciate. I can understand that viewpoint for something like a PS1 game. Yes, this may be biased, but in my opinion, Rayman Legends has much more of a timeless feel already, though, both in presentation and gameplay. So when you did the side-by-side on your stream last night with the that one music level, I didn't see it before on, I think it was your Thursday stream, or like it wasn't pointed out as much, but I could see a little bit more missing out of some of the characters popping in and out of the top and the bottom of as you're running through those shields and everything. And after pointing that out and seeing a lot less in the background and in the environment in general on the remake, the 3D version, I completely agree that was not the correct way to do a remake. I'm not opposed to them doing a remake in general still. That would really suck if that was one of my favorite games. I get that frustration and that, opposed to that being the remake that they're doing, because they did lose a lot of the character and a lot of the what's the word? I guess, stylized, like the style that they were going for with everything there. So you lost out on a ton there. I do agree with that level. I'm hoping that they're fixing that up and are going to be working on that more, because you also, that dragon flying by, there were multiple points where you had it paused and the flames were shooting out through the head of the closed-mouthed dragon. And so that shouldn't happen in any game release today, I don't think. So I'm hoping that they're fixing and adding more there for your sake, for everyone's sake, for their own sake. But in those instances, I definitely see and get and agree with the frustration of them doing remakes like that. I don't know if inherently going to a 3D style versus the admittedly very stylized and distinct Rayman style from before makes it inherently worse. But that's just my opinion. I do agree that it is a very good and very cool style from the older versions. And so far, it's more of the lack of including and polish of things that makes it look worse to me than just it being 3D. Whether it looks better or worse could be subjective, but I think my stance on Rayman in particular is that it doesn't need a remake. Any improvements would be marginal at best. That's fair. I know there was a recent remaster, or like the Legends Retold or something like that. No, that's the new thing. The Rayman Legends or Rayman Origins. I don't remember. Plot experience rather than make money off a popular IP. Yeah, I'm down for that. I really want to say something. I'm debating on how worth it is to say, but now I have to say it because I've said that out loud. See in your eyes that you want to bring up Silent Hill 2. Yeah, because that's immediately what came to my mind as someone who has not played any of them and likely will never play any of them, but has watched multiple playthroughs of 1, 2, and 3 and the remake of 2. I think 2 did a very good job of improving on a lot of the things that I find to be very, very flawed with the original Silent Hill 2. That is my opinion. I think it did a much better job in a lot of areas and made a lot of improvements. It's not going to be the same experience, and I get that, but I don't imagine that I or anyone will ever be able to convince you otherwise. I think that would also be, I can admit that one's just personal to me, mostly enraged that given how culture works, the OG Silent Hill 2 will likely be erased from the modern zeitgeist. I don't know if I agree with that, but I don't know if that is just my kind of bubble that I stick within. Because the first thing that I thought of was speedrunners, and going back a little bit, there is a Spyro speedrunner that I followed for a bit and was watching his world records and everything for like, what is it, 108%? Something like that? 200%? I don't remember. But he exclusively plays the OG version of the original Spyro. And so I know that there's still going to be a community for it, but your comment being the modern zeitgeist, I don't know how much in the modern zeitgeist people would be going back to the original Silent Hill 2 in general. If you just type Silent Hill 2 into YouTube and Google Images, the vast majority of what you see will be served off the remake stuff. I completely agree and understand that. And that makes sense to me because that's what is... It is the more modern version. So I think someone looking it up at the moment would be looking more for the remake, even though it is called Silent Hill 2 Remake, if I remember right. And so you shouldn't have to do Silent Hill 2 Original to find that. I think so. My lack of understanding, I guess, in you like being completely against playing the remake. I think part of it comes from me not understanding that viewpoint. I'm not explaining that very well, but the idea of, from my perspective, I think I would rather at least go through and play and experience and see what the remake has and does and is, so that I can more accurately compare and contrast and see what is more important, more valuable, what they did change, what they didn't change, rather than just completely writing it off and putting your words in your mouth a little bit, but just completely writing it off and saying it's like objectively the worst version or worse version. The more modern version is preferred. So fewer and fewer people will be exposed to the OG. So why does the OG even need to exist? Because if the OG didn't exist, then you wouldn't have a remake. I don't understand that point. That point makes probably the least sense to me. I don't understand what you're getting at there. I might have come off incorrectly, but like I'm not following that point. OG Silent Hill 2 is still regarded as one of the best games of all time. Modern fans won't be able to get the experience of that version. So, to that point, Mystery, if the remake never, like, they never did the remake, it doesn't exist, do you think that there would be an increase of people going back to the OG? Would there, it wouldn't, I guess, rather than asking that kind of question that way, my point goes off of, I don't think that many more people, if any more people, would be going back and searching up the OG Silent Hill 2 if the remake didn't exist. In addition, it wouldn't help sales, or specifically availability, that's the word I was looking for. It wouldn't help with people having access to the OG anymore if the remake didn't exist. So like, I don't think that having a modern version impacts people going back and finding the OG, because I think the people that will go back and get to the OG anyway would have been the people that would have done it regardless. And I think it's more likely that people will want to go back to the OG after playing the remake, if they haven't gone back originally before. Why does the OG even need to exist? Is me kind of mimicking the thought process of modern culture. There could be an increase of people playing the OG if there was a proper port to modern hardware. Remakes is not even. Yes, I understand your point there. I'm still, I don't know, I don't understand why I don't understand the previous point of like, why does the OG even need to exist? And then now I'm just like, my wires are all crossed. Is that an opinion that you have, or are you just mocking other people or mimicking other people, sorry. So that is, so the port versus remake is something like, where do you draw the line then, I guess, as far as what they can and cannot update or touch? Because if I were looking at the exact same, hold on, we'll go over here. I went silent hill to original versus remake, just to have something a little bit more relevant up on the screen and such. I don't want you to talk, though.
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Direct Comparison. In today's episode,
Direct comparison. That can definitely be dependent on the person. Let me type, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. Higher res texture, higher frame rates, faster load times. I'm fine with all of these.
and PC versions of the remake.
Okay.
Discussing aspects of both the original PS2 release, along with the popular fan-made modification for the PC, known as.
Okay, this is classic PC. Gotcha.
When discussing graphical aspects,
Fixing bugs, I can go back and forth on. I can see speedrunners getting upset or super purists. Gotcha.
known as the Enhanced Edition. When discussing,
That is not great lighting for this.
I'll generally stick to the PC version of the original game, as this should allow for the clearest possible image comparisons. However, it's worth noting that there are still a few unresolved bugs with the current PC port of the remake. And while the Enhanced Edition of the original game is phenomenal, it doesn't quite match the look. And while the Enhanced Edition of the original game is phenomenal, it doesn't.
It's not going to show you picking it up in the remake, is it? Oh wait, these are both classic. What?
Quite match the look and feel of that original PS2 release.
Well, what's the point of that?
When discussing general gameplay, aesthetic, and level layout changes, I'll try and throw in a bit of footage from the PS2 version as well.
The problem with videos like these is they are presenting shots of the OG and remake as if they are the same experiences, and one just looks better.
Motion blur disabled when possible.
I don't know what this person is talking about, but they do tend to do that for sure. This is more just to have something up while we're discussing this rather than staring at some dialogue for the game. Can't hear the video? Yeah, I wasn't trying to listen specifically. Is rant over? I wanted to make sure I let you type everything out before going with. Well, hang on now. Okay. All right. Sorry. My bad. Here, we'll put up 1 hour of silence, occasionally broken up by Way in the background. Way! So that we can be all audially jump scared and freaked out by that.
Superior geometry all round. The hair complexity on James' head has been improved, giving his classic comb-over more depth and volume than the flat design of the big.
This definitely does seem to be focusing quite a bit on some of the
Body type and generic.
the textures and
The proportions of his
visuals specifically. But I guess like one of my thoughts and points is that this doesn't seem like a bad upgrade to me. This alone, isolated experience of just what we're looking at in the theater right now, this does not seem like it would be a bad improvement to implement into this game for like a port version. Why does the OG need to exist? Is admittedly just me talking through a straw man. A more accurate statement might be, well, it looks like people consider the remake to be the best version, so why would I play the OG? So, in this version, no, hold on. Let me put together what my thoughts are there. Because my thought process here goes along. I'm gonna kind of spit like stream of consciousness this a little bit, so it may not make full sense, and it may not come together quite what I'm trying to get at first. But so remake exists. Why would I ever go back and play the OG? That's what I'm worried culture is moving towards, at least with regards to general remakes. Gotcha. Okay. Would you rather someone never play Silent Hill 2 or only play the remake? I already forgot that was... I just set that up. Your brother coming up with nuance and well-devoted events on the spot in a live stream is tough. Yeah. I think one of the big things for me is that plenty of people... I've seen so many people on all sorts of different sides of this argument, of the remake argument, and I don't disagree with a lot of the takes of things like, I don't want them to completely remake, like, rather than completely remastering and creating an entirely different experience out of the OG game, I would rather them make a new, in this case, Silent Hill. I would much rather have a new Silent Hill experience and a new thing rather than them taking some of the elements and the posters and the themes and the ideas and some of the set pieces. Resident Evil Requiem, Resident Evil 9. I think that is a very good example. They made a new game that went back to Raccoon City from, I think, 2 or something, whenever we first met Leon, whenever it was. I've not played any of the Resident Evil games, so I don't know. But I have watched a ton of them, including a full playthrough, multiple full playthroughs of 9. So all of those kind of callbacks and bringing those kinds of things in, I think we can be on the same page of that would be a much better way to do it and a much more enjoyable way to do it. And the preferred option, I think. If I had to choose between not playing it and playing the remake, then I guess I'd prefer the remake. But I would even more prefer the OG just be ported to... Yes, I understand that. My thought process, my point is... Specifically, okay, going back to Silent Hill 2 specifically, I know there was the PC remaster for it and the updated version that we're looking for. I don't even think that's the classic version. I think that's the remaster on the left there, or the updated graphics, whatever they called that version. So I know that exists, and they did a lot of work for that thing. Basically, so because of that, I can't justifiably say I think the remake existing is an objective good. Yes, okay. I think I understand your take and your stance a lot better now, which makes more sense to me. I'm following, I think, because this is now I feel a lot less like weird, like full opposite ends. We weren't full opposite ends, but it feels less like that. I think we're both on the same page. You're just a little bit more vocally passionate about it, in my experience. Because I don't disagree. I think that getting ported to modern hardware. Okay. Before I get back into that, this screen right here, if they did a port, if they like upgraded it to modern hardware and all of that kind of stuff, if they did that and they changed the, like they put a new coat of polish on everything, they upscaled everything, they made I don't know why I want it's not Jake, but this dude, if they make Broheim over here look like he's on the right, but the gameplay and everything is from the left, from the OG, upgraded to modern hardware and everything, but it looks like the updated version. Is that too much? Is that bad? Imagine if Ys 8 got a remake and they changed story beats and had other changes that made the core experience different. What would you say for the OG? So that to me is The Last of Us getting so many remakes at this point. There's zero reason for it to have a remake. The original version is still in circulation. You can still easily pick that up. You can still play it on pretty much all modern hardware, so there's no reason for it to get one. A different example, I think, would be like Ys Origins, Ys 1 and 2. Ys 1 and 2, I would love them to modernize that and bring in a new experience, a new gameplay style, so you're not doing bump combat and all of that. But then as far as things like the story, I don't think they should change the story. I don't think I would mind as much if they added in like some side quests or some different areas, as long as the overarching narrative stays, like it maintains intact for that experience. So that's like it is a weird, very, very nuanced kind of position where there are a lot of like, well, I think it'd be okay if they did remake or remaster that as opposed to this. That and this are arbitrary names, not Silent Hill versus Ys or anything of that nature. Recently, I've been honing down my remake opinions, better articulate what my actual problems with them are, so I'm glad I'm coming across as at least a bit more reasonable. Still working on it, though. I think part of it, to that comment specifically, is that we also haven't sat down and really hashed that out as much, partially because of me not wanting to talk about Silent Hill 2, especially the remake, with you. But I'm still like, in not an antagonistic way, I still am very curious and would be interested, probably not now over me streaming and you typing in chat, but at some point I would be very interested to do like a deep dive with you of what Silent Hill 2 means to you, why it's important, what, like, I have like a lot of questions, and not in a sarcastic way, not in an antagonistic way. Like I'm just genuinely curious about like what it is to you, like why this specific one, what did this one do, was it a particular time or whatever else. That again, that can be a later, some other time kind of chat. And probably be fine with remake graphics in OG game, but I can't say for sure. Sometimes you really beef with a style upgrade. The PC port got a lot of flack for that. I get, okay, like I can understand that. I definitely get that when you have more of a stylized thing. So like the Rayman version, the Rayman getting the 3D tune-up and all of that, I get that completely. Like Ori going to a 3D style, I think that would also take away a bunch of the atmosphere and a bunch of the aesthetic for that. I think part of it for me again, not having really any attachment to Silent Hill, is they seem to have always been trying to go for, like, if they could have at the time, I think they would have gone with the remake graphics, because that's like, they're not going for, they didn't seem to be going for any sort of stylization or anything. They just were limited more by hardware and technology at the time. It is what it seemed like to me. Despite my personal disdain with the remake, I can at least begrudgingly agree that visually the game looks objectively good. Sweet. Sick. I'm glad that we're gonna agree on that part. I just hit play on the remake video, so that was very creepily timed. This is another example, though, for me, I think, where I definitely am, I don't want to say like a graphics snob or anything, but I do appreciate, I think generally like when I prefer the image on the right. In this context, because I think they are trying to go for more of a grounded, realistic, like, these are just humans. So, and they're not really going for any sort of particular style with the human character models on the screen. And so I think for this instance, having the remake graphics would be better for the original graphics here. I'd say limited hardware makes developers more open to unique set pieces. That limited hardware for OG Silent Hill 2 gave it that atmosphere. I completely agree. I understand that. And it's, what is that? There's a quote of something like, limitation breeds creativity or something along those lines. And I think that is very important. I think that is very influential in, I think Jared was telling me about how, like, the fog, the whole idea of the fog was centered around their limited drawing distance. And so in order to hide that somewhat and obfuscate that somewhat, they put a bunch of excessive fog in the area. Excessive was the wrong word there. And I think that is a very cool, very stylistic, very atmospheric choice that was made because of hardware limitations. And so I think that having some of those limitations are not bad inherently, but now that we have the capability to do more, I don't think that it should be limited just for the sake of that. I lost my thought halfway through that sentence, so that might not have come out correctly. PC Port really fucked up the textures, lighting, etc. These characters aren't meant to be seen this clearly. Okay. That makes me feel a bit better, because there was a scene earlier. Oh, it was in the bathroom. Yeah. When they were doing this. This is a very different tone. And so to that point, I think the remake almost helps in that sense, assuming this is more of the tone and the framing and like the lighting and everything that they were going for here, because this does kind of take me out a bit. I can see that for sure. The OG artists were shitting on the PC port. If they just put the remake graphics on the PC port, I have a lot of fewer problems. Okay. I don't think it's that bad, some of the changes that they made, but again, I'm not a Silent Hill person or a Silent Hill 2 person or anything like that. So I think it's still generally kept the same tone and message and everything from my perspective, an outsider's perspective. But I'm following a lot more. That's why everyone says games these days are all the same visual-wise. Yes, I can totally, yeah, and that is an absolute problem. Oh, okay. Now what I'm saying is, in an ideal world, the remake would have the same graphics. The remake would have the same graphics, but the gameplay would be untouched. Yes, I think I understood that. I don't know if I said something. OG gameplay plus remake graphics, a port that I can support. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was way. I was following that, and I might have misspoken somewhere in there, but we were on the same track. I probably veered off a little bit and started talking about something else, but anyway. And to Mystery's point, everything kind of homogenizing is absolutely a problem that I've been noticing more and more as more and more people are like bringing it up, and I'm paying more specific attention to things like that. Yes, because you're not going to have something that looks like this, which this game, they did a phenomenal job with a lot of the art and stuff. That's why Hi-Fi Rush, Wonderful 101, indie games have more of a unique style to them, makes them stand out. Absolutely. I think we are all in agreement on that part. 100%. At the risk of opening another can of worms, I think like those particular examples and plenty of other examples, like this game is in this pixel art style and would have been regardless. It seems like, because they have the ability, they have the technology available to them to make this in a 3D, very hyper realistic kind of style. And so with something like the Silent Hill 2 remake, them going to a more hyper-realistic style seems to me like more along the lines of what their intention would have been originally if they had that capacity. Persona 4 and Persona 4 Golden is probably a good example for me. There are some big changes in Golden, but I'm mostly fine with them because the game is still 99% intact, and Golden is available for PC, so it's a lot more accessible. See how Revival turns out. Did you see the Persona 4 Revival gameplay? Yes. Yes, I did. And from what I saw, I thought it looked pretty cool. I wasn't paying very much attention. I was like catching little clips of it. I haven't watched that fully through yet. So I don't know, like Jared was saying there, as long as they're keeping most of it intact and they're just like enhancing some of the cutscenes and making them look a little bit better, or running a little bit better, or maybe adding some details that they couldn't put in previously, that sounds great to me. I don't know if I'm the target audience or will go through and play Persona 4 Revival specifically. But I think it looked pretty good. That being said, if they like completely change a bunch of stuff, then I might not like it as much. And I could be more on board with the burn all remakes. I also, to your point, Jared, of like it being available for Golden, making it available on PC and updating some of the stuff, keeping most of it intact and everything, that seems like a good, overall good to me. Sadly, some of the cutscenes in the P3 remake were super borked compared to the OG, so objective improvements aren't a guarantee. Yes. I was thinking about because there's like 3 different Persona 3 versions now or something, and each of them have different, from what I understand, different like endings and different choices. One of them you can play as a woman protagonist, and the other one you can't. Something like that. So I don't appreciate, don't enjoy, don't like when they remove stuff like that. But if they're just updating some of the graphics to something that they would have wanted to go for anyway, that seems okay. Persona 3 FES, Persona 3 OG, then the remake. Yeah. E3 remake replaced some of the 2D animations with in-engine cutscenes. I'm thinking that the preferred method, the preferred option, is just an updated... Got some solid timestamp videos if you want a comparison. Excellent. Why not? Do you have enough channel points for a redeem? Probably. I don't think I priced it too absurdly. Anyway, I was in the middle of a thought, I think. I don't remember where I left off with this, but like a port updating to modern hardware, making it more accessible, I don't think... It seems like we're all on the same page that that is not inherently bad. Like, that is the preferred way to go. Not changing anything, just making it more accessible, more available. A remake where they change stuff and remove stuff specifically is bad and is something that we do want to go away from, and that I also agree with. I wanted to I cancel stream or refund the points. Get them out of here. Who let this guy have a Twitch account, eh? Oh boy, 500 is too high. I don't know how. It actually had an awesome remake, a bunch of new content and dev commentary, updated visuals, and a toggle to hot swap between old and new versions during gameplay. Found them. Excellent. I also do very much like that. The Master Chief Collection for Halo also had a similar button. I really enjoy when they can do that, especially because it makes everything line up one-to-one so much better. So you like, it's kind of impossible to... No, not the 2500 one. This just should be a 500 play my song or clip. Because I assume we're not if you have a very long video. Where'd my mouse go? We're only going to be watching the relevant parts. The 2500 one is more like a make a day of it, go through a specific video kind of thing. Way! And here I thought I'd be finishing this game today. I might just make this a longer stream and end up finishing it. We shall see. There's a moment when a persona rips out of something. You can stop after that point, redeeming now. Roger. Doot, doot, doot. Nope. Okay. Here we go. You are all good. Let's see what we got here. So this is the OG version.
Persona.
Thou art I, and I am thou. From the sea of thy soul I come. I am Orpheus, master of strings.
As we suspected.
Oh, God. I'm good now? Yeah. I did glance over to see the specific wording. But I figured that was the point.
Persona. I am thou. Thou art I. From the sea of thy soul I come. I am Orpheus, master of strings.
It does.
Just as we thought.
That definitely didn't give me the same internal reaction as it being ripped out in 2D. Am I mad about this? I don't know. I haven't played 3, so it doesn't hold as much value for me, but I do unequivocally agree that you are missing quite a bit out from this style. Even with Persona 4, like them going back to the 2D animations and cutscenes and such, that was just like part of the style and the charm and everything, and they brought it back to my my touchstone, I guess. I don't know, like bringing it more to an anime, and it kind of fused together more of the what's that genre, something narrative, visual novel. That's thank you for encouraging me to get the word. Like the visual novel, anime, manga styling of going to those kinds of 2D cutscenes, I think is a lot more of the intended style and what they're going for, whereas going into this 3D style does lose out on a ton, and they are moving away too much from what 2D animation is great for stuff like that. Yeah. I ain't too mad, but it's a good example of me just thinking it's kind of just worse. Not completely experience breaking, though. Yes. So this, like, I feel like if someone only played the remake, they'd still get like 80-90% of the original experience, which is right within my level of tolerance, I guess. From my reaction that I had with zero context going in and having not played 3 at all or anything, watching the difference between these two cutscenes, I would say I think I would prefer someone to play the original in this case. Like, I think that 80 to 90% is significantly lower because of the difference in that experience alone. Assuming it continues that level of change throughout the remainder cutscenes of the game. Some would say if the remake exactly 1-to-1, what's the point of the remakes? It's a lot of subjective stuff. Yes. So to that, my thought goes to the Persona 4 stuff that we have that was shown off today at the Xbox showcase, I think. Whereas they kept a lot of, from what I saw, again, I didn't fully look into this one or catch everything that was going on in there. I think it looked like that stuff kept that, the remake, whatever, revision, whatever they're talking about, whatever they're calling it, that version had a similar style and tone and just everything around it still felt very Persona 4 to me. And they kept a lot of that alive and as a through point into the short little snippets and clips that I saw of that. So I think that one isn't a bad version of a remake in order to update it, bring it forward. Because again, in like the Silent Hill 2 example, it seemed like they wanted to do more, but the technology and the hardware and all the other limitations kept them back from going further with some of the visuals that they wanted to. And so updating that. And then another example that I thought of earlier, I don't know if I mentioned, but in some other cases, again, this is a lot more of like significantly older games where there's collision issues and UI issues and things that just don't work properly. We mentioned bugs earlier. I think fixing a bunch of those kinds of things is also beneficial and helpful. And so it needs to be enough of an issue to have a remake or a port version be almost more necessary, almost more impactful when there's enough issues like those that exist. I don't think Persona 4 needs to have one of those because I think it already does a very good job with the style, with the technology that it has available to it. So is it necessary to do something like that? I don't think so. But something, to go back to the original point of like Silent Hill 2, I think that is a little bit more of a valuable, helpful improvement. Maybe if they didn't change as much as they did. But so maybe not like the remake was a better improvement, but I can see a lot more value in them doing an updated version of it, keeping it hopefully more true to the original, which is a subjective opinion of whether or not they did. I think they did do a good, decent job of that at least, but I understand that is a significantly more subjective opinion and discussion at that point. I understand that. I never played the remake, but if it was all like this, then I might have more of an issue. Yeah. Now let's actually give an example of an old game. East Origin, 2006, I believe. Top-down hack and slash gameplay is completely fine. Story-wise, it would be nice to see the cutscenes have more updates. Yeah, I'd be down for that. So that's a good example
Yes, it is. That's a good example of like they had the cutscenes were still images in a particular style that matched the rest of the game and everything else. So if they took that and just animated them a little bit more, added a little bit more motion or a little bit more to help and enhance the storytelling, then yeah, I think that would be absolutely awesome. Maybe it'd be more cool with the remake if it was billed as an alternative take on the game rather than a remake that literally uses the exact same name. So that's not like with the East Origin example, I was also thinking I wouldn't want them to change too much of the story. Ooh, that's a good poll, Mystery. That's a really good poll. So something like that is more what Jared is referring to here. Final Fantasy VII Remake. Because that is being sold more as, at least now, it is being sold more as a retelling or maybe even a reboot, I've heard rumors, rather than a remake. So it seems like that's something that's more along the lines of what you might go for. And I think the Final Fantasy VII is also another really good example of, okay, maybe not how they split it up into 3 games and whatever else they're doing with it, but another good example of a game that they kept, from my understanding, again, another example of I've never played a Final Fantasy game, so I don't know, and I don't have very much attachment to that franchise, but bringing something like OG Final Fantasy VII into the modern era and with a new coat of paint and everything else, probably a better way to do it, and additionally a good reason to do it from the era that came out in and what they can do with that same story now might be a better way to go about that in the future for remaking games. But I do think that I still am on board and agreeing with updating ports being a better option for classic games. Final Fantasy latest games do fascinate me. They go out of their way to strongly deviate from the original story. Like, I think there's some explicitly stated alternate timeline shenanigans going on. I haven't played them, so I don't know for sure. I caught a short or something of someone talking about how the Final Fantasy VII remakes thing might be them launching a multiverse kind of situation where the OG still exists and this remake is a different branch, different multiverse from the OG, and then being like somehow tying and connecting those threads is something that they might be going for through some speculation and hints and deep dives that people significantly more invested in the Final Fantasy VII lore than me have done. Too long didn't read. I think there are ways to do a good remake, do a good port, and there are bad ways to do it. And it is incredibly it is incredibly nuanced and incredibly case-by-case scenario of whether or not it is beneficial or necessary or wanted or anything else, of whether or not a game needs that or should have anything done with that. And didn't mean to completely derail someone else's stream with my usual remake discourse nonsense. I also run off on tangents plenty, and it does feel a lot better to have a better understanding of where you stand on that, I guess. I agree. And yeah, I like this also, I think, is an important discussion to have for gamers that for people that care about a lot of media in general, because it is being done way too much in movies also. I don't think like specifically books do it as much, but in a lot of comics they also do that, and they are doing things similar to this. And so it is important to figure out where that line is and should be, and make sure that we're being like reasonable and level-headed about it as well. Not to say that anyone here hasn't been, but just in general, again, approaching it in the best way that moves everything forward and is helpful to the most amount of people. One of that kind of goes in like one of my most unenthusiastic. One of the main reasons that I personally really appreciate and enjoy the concept of a lot of these remakes happening is so that we don't at the very least we will not lose the existence of, in this case, Silent Hill 2. Because of a lot of the ways that games in general are going, and that industry is going, that technology is going, etc., we're losing access at all to way too many classic games, and that is, I think, very unfortunate. Even the awful ones. I think finding ways to successfully bring all of those forward, or at the very least preserving them in some way, is important. And so that also is part of the reason that I am a lot more interested and forgiving and encouraging of some of the remakes. 89%, I think, at this point, that we're losing 80 to 90% of games. Or that's what we've you were losing 80 to 90% of games. Yeah, that sucks. And so having at least some way that again, I think the idea of just bringing it forward, porting it forward, so having the same experience, having the same graphics, even in some cases, of just making sure that we have it and have access to it and are able to keep it going, is a good thing inherently in general. And so when they do certain things like these remasters that we're getting all over the place constantly these days, I'm on board with, I understand, I completely agree with the fatigue of just re-releasing of games, and I don't like that particular approach, but at the same time, I am still in support of having something, regardless, that can be played still, rather than potentially losing out. And that is a bit of catastrophizing as well, but that's just part of what makes me me, is thinking about the worst scenarios all the time. Like when your entire civilization is being wiped out by some sort of plague. No, it's not. It's not just a theory, because that's a fact. It's truly and really and honestly
an insight into my thought. A best of... Oh, no. Fine. You win this round. Anyway. Got like 13 minutes before I normally end stream. Let's see where we get and how long it takes us. Thank you, like, legitimately, thank you very much. I really appreciate and really enjoy having these deeper discussions and diving into these things, and I am totally down for anytime and always tangenting and diverting into some other interesting, very cool, very fun, very engaging topic that I think is important, worthwhile, and cool to talk about. So thank you to both of you chatting with me here, and then anyone else that is listening or watching or lurking or whatever else that might have caught up with any of this. Deep dive into East music getting worse. That doesn't sound like that's possible. Like, get more into it, East music. East music is incredible. It's great. Back to Balthazar.
Elian, you knew, didn't you? You knew that I would find her.
Consul, you seem beside yourself.
I should kill you.
Why haven't you, Consul?
I'm going to destroy it, Elian.
You? Destroy it? With what power? You're human, Balthazar.
You don't know why I was chosen for the Gestalt project, do you?
The war hero who captured a real Achaean? So I'm told. Isn't that enough?
The armor we found all those years ago, that accursed hunk of dilapidated chrome that started all this. The Comitium tried for years to extract its power. Countless warriors tried to wear it and all failed. Died mere moments after the crystals pierced their flesh. All until me.
Impossible. That armor had long ago rotted away, its connection to her long since severed.
To be sure, it was only for a few minutes, and the pain. But for a brief period of time, I wielded the legendary power of the armor, and I can do it again.
It'll kill you, Balthazar. Is that what you want? To die a martyr for some ill-conceived cause?
I need only a moment, and if my life is the price that must be paid to atone for my sins, to save my people, I could not ask for a better death.
You fool. You would consign us all to oblivion alongside you, Balthazar. But it will not be enough. Faith, Balthazar. She will stop you.
Your words will not sway me. You should thank me, Elian. With the gate forever sealed, I care not if you live or die.
Then go, Balthazar, and we shall see what fate has in store for all of us.
You have yet to experience 10. I have yet to experience 10. I'm looking forward to it, though. Ooh, that is a good shout. I need to make a note to check up on, because the big sales are going on. East 10 Proud Nordics. Yeah, it's not on sale right now. But alien voice giving big solid snake energy. Hell yeah. Going for a little like worm tonguey infused with that kind of vibe. I'm controlling Cass now? But yeah, being a snake-like character, that is a bit of what I was going for. I do really like having the solid snake voice that I can do. It's a fun one to break out.
My word, the Clockwork Eye herself. And is that rogue Sodner from the slums?
Yeah, she puts up quite a fight, but...
Demon demon! You mean to tell me Lord Indra died at your hand? How utterly horrific.
Don't worry, she won't hurt anyone ever again. I'll make sure of it. Bernard, you...
Red, I suppose you've every right to be angry. Believe me, it's not the first thing I've done that I'm none too proud of. She left me no choice.
That's all you have to say? You murdered her.
Murder? She rushed the old man, Alethea. Jocasta, Noya, whatever her name was. Way, she was Nicaean, like the one locked up below.
Just another dead monster then. Is that why you're here waiting for me? To finish the job?
It's not what I want, Alethea. You have to know that.
What is it then? Not so easy to draw it down now. Never figured you for a coward, Renard.
Well,
Colonel,
I'm trying to stop this guy, but the clap of my weapons keeps alerting the Alethea. I'm sneaking around, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting the guards. Alethea, the old man, something's gotten into him. That Nicaean, getting under his skin. I don't know what's happening here, but he needs our help. Please, I know that you're more than human. I don't want to fight you. Just lay down your blade. Perfect pronunciation, guards.
stand aside, Renard.
I can't do that, Red. Old man asked me to hold you here. Said the fate of Canaan depended on it. To be honest, I don't know what nerds he's talking about, but I still owe him.
What about me? Am I nothing to you?
Red, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just gonna stop you. That's all.
You'll try.
Thought you'd say that. Suppose this chat of ours is over. Whoop. Nope. Damn. Yoink. That is a very long whip there, Indiana. Feel like healing anytime soon? Backslash. Can you just go down already, please? There we go. Damn, it looks like I was right to bet on Red.
What are you saying?
The old man.
What Snake has stuff to say?
Uh-oh. He was one of us once. You couldn't even beat me. Well, the old man would have made mincemeat out of you. And make sure you were ready. A look in his eyes, like a man possessed. Over down there, it isn't the man I once knew. Stupid bastard. Ouch. Easy, Cass. I've been in worse shape. But not by much. Damn, Red.
Look, we're not through, Renard. Not by a long shot. I can't just forgive what you did.
Just as stubborn as always.
Suppose there's no stopping you now. Balthazar's inside, along with your friend Marlowe. And it didn't look like he was going off too willingly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'm gonna faint. And then that. He's out. I think you out there, I know you could have killed him, if you'd wanted to. Now go on, get what you came for. I'll watch over the lughead here. Just remember, once you go in there, be ready to face him. If there's anything else you need to do, I suggest you do it now. Can I heal? Save? Anything? We got a clip to watch. Oh boy, here we go. What was that? I hit a random button.
Are you familiar with Big Chungus? Big Chungus? Yes, Big Chungus, the world-renowned meme of an oversized cartoon rabbit. What does some dumb joke have to do with your plan? Everything, Snake. This isn't about jokes. This is about legacy. Do you even know who Big Chungus is? He's just some cartoon rabbit. Not just some rabbit. The most famous rabbit in cinematic history. The one and only Bugs Bunny. Bugs Bunny? The Looney Tunes character? The very same. In 1941, during the peak years of the Looney Tunes franchise, a cartoon was released named Wabbit Twubble, where Bugs Bunny faces off with his longtime rival, Elmer Fudd. But for just a moment, to mock the foolish Elmer, Bugs inflates himself to a comically bloated form, a moment that lasts only 3.4 seconds in an 8-minute and 22-second long cartoon. 3.4 seconds. That's all the time Big Chungus had ever existed. And yet decades later, he would become more famous than Bugs Bunny, despite being Bugs Bunny himself. You see, Snake, memes control history, and I shall use the power of memes to control my own destiny. Do you honestly think Chuck Jones or Mel Blanc could have expected internet trolls to deify a character that doesn't even exist? Make him far more infamous than his own true identity as Bugs Bunny? Big Chungus lives on as the dominant meme. And that, brother, is what I intend to do. I will not let myself be cursed by my recessive memes.
It does feel way. Does feel in the episode titled Wabbit Twubble. Being able to perform that and pronounce that and act all of that. Incredible. Uh-oh. Come, I've been expecting you. Faust, I should be more surprised, so stand aside. Calm yourself, girl. My ties with the Comitium are severed. I'm here at the behest of another. The fox always had another card to play. There's an actual rant about the power of memes in Metal Gear Rising: Revenge. Oh yeah, well, Revengeance is just completely off the rails. Revengeance is an entirely different beast. I keep going back and forth on whether or not I want to play through the Metal Gear franchise, because I played a ton of the first demo. I did not get very far, because I made it the fuck up. Charmingly unhinged. Oh yeah, like Rising Revengeance is a different, has its own different unique charm to it, but the mainline series following those snakes is like, it has a similar but different, charmingly unhinged to it. I need to go through them. I went through one in like 2 days and really enjoyed it. Oh. Unhinged, but that gameplay is great. Yeah. Unhinged
Non-derogatory.
He always was rather fond of you, girl. Couldn't bear to leave you unprepared. If it turns out, as it appears it has, you really were stronger than him.
I don't have any time for this, Faust. What do you want?
Ah, yes. With some help from our friends the Fox, I've learned quite a bit since we last spoke. Enough to guide you, perhaps. Tell me, girl, what do you remember of your childhood?
My childhood? Those are painful memories. Not all of them, I suppose, but an orphan in Nerkala didn't have it easy.
What about your earliest memories, before Bluebell?
Before, it's a blur. Only Jocasta, Denoya, before she died, she said she was my mother, in so many words.
True, in a certain sense. You were derived from her cells.
Derived?
You are no Archaean, but neither are you human. You are something more, an artifact, born from the lost pages of the liturgy, the Apocrypha.
An abyssal knight?
Indeed, the answer to the ultimate mystery, girl. A prize that mankind and the Archaeans have fought over since the betrayal.
So the Comitium created me to harness the power of the abyss?
It was written in the lost pages, a Gestalt, a perfect fusion of Archaean Cinder and human steam, was the key to unlocking the power to change the world. That perfect fusion of two parts of a whole, the secret of the Abyssal Knight. A pure being capable of communing directly with the power of the Abyss. A power that lies at the heart of Canaan, beneath where we stand right now.
The gate, but Balthazar, he wants to destroy it.
Yes, and no doubt the Achaeans want it open. I suspect, girl, you will be faced with a choice. Who to believe, who to trust. Gestalt, they said the thing.
Fab, you leave me with more riddles.
Then one more to contemplate. Enoya's blood flows through your veins, yeah. But a child is two halves. Who else's blood flows through your veins? Such indomitable spirit, such rigid will, a man capable of incredible strength. You can't mean it's only a theory. A game theory. One more thing, girl. Balthazar, he believes the world rests on his shoulders alone, and he believes you, an Abyssal Knight, threatens that world. Und game theory, ja. He'll try to stop you at any means necessary. Are you prepared for this?
I'm not turning back. I'll see this through to the end.
Good, good. Then embrace what you truly are, Alethea. The power you can draw on. You've barely scratched the surface. The power of the Abyss longs to be free, seeking someone to wield it. You can activate the gate, just as you did the conduits. Now, allow me to show you the way. Do you know the way? You best not get unprepared. Would you like to see what I have for you?
Yeah.
Let's see what you have.
Nothing. Sweet. And there's no way for me to save or nothing. Why are there two doors? Okay, good. I accept then. Conduit connected to the network. How about a healing station, huh? Huh? How about one of them? No, I didn't. I'm not even on the button. I would really like a healing station, please. Please? Okay, good. Alright. Activate all tethers. Excellent. Reveal the entire map of Canaan. Here we go. Father, please, you must listen to me. There's more at stake here. Destroying this gate, it isn't the answer. We need to understand the power of the abyss within. In desperate pride, man delved into the darkness of the maw itself and took the power for themselves.
Balthazar, enough prattle. Marlowe, are you alright? I'm sorry, Alethea. I thought I could reason with him, but... Balthazar, you monster. What did you do to him?
The boy will live, and that's the point, girl. Survival. What you and those Achaeans want, don't you see? Annihilation. I know you saw it. A color, a flame, that future. That is what lies beneath the gate. That is all that you, fabled abyssal knight, will bring us.
You don't know that. Inoya, my mother, she told me I would have a choice to make. Told me it would show me the truth. Is that what you're afraid of, old man?
I saw it, girl. I see it every night. A fate I must prevent, whatever it takes. But she was to me what you are. I cannot falter.
Stand aside, Balthazar. It's long past time for answers. No more living in darkness.
Damn you, Inoya. Damn you for making me do this. Aristera, all those years ago, I thought you died.
Aristera?
Yes, your true name. A girl born of steam and cinder, of Inoya's blood, and mine.
Father? What are you...
She is your sister, boy. Aristera, is there nothing I can say to sway you from your purpose?
No, the gate. The power of the abyss? Destroy destiny or not. We must see what lies beyond. Please, stand aside. I don't want to spill any more blood.
The gods have truly cursed me. Is this to be the cost of my salvation? To kill my own kin? Forgive me, Aristera and Dexios. I shall show you why I ascended to the throne.
Play the Iron Man theme. Okay, that armor is sick.
That's the Crow Knight's armor. How?
Yes.
Do I have it? Let me know if this is too much.
Yes. The relic that started all this, recovered from the vaults so long ago. It was the seed for Project Gestalt. Awakened memories of the gate long since dormant.
Father, stop this. That armor's but a shadow of itself. We'll tear you apart.
Yes, my son. I know. I won't survive this, and for what I'm about to do, I would not want to. I must become the monster this world needs right now.
Get back, Marlowe. This fight is mine.
Come, Gestalt. Come, Abyssal Knight. Let us bring this long discord to its bitter conclusion.
That armor is sick. Ooh. Oh, you don't have a... Heal, please. Ooh. Heal, please. That's not the right thing. Oh, got that off in time.
Impossible. The gate, it's reacting to your energy. No, I will not let you open it. I will save Canaan.
No, Balthazar. It's the end of the line for you. I will embrace the power stirring within me, the power of the abyss.
I thought I was supposed to be the one doing this. Like, why is the gate attacking me if I'm supposed to be, like, the chosen one of it? Oh, I just tanked all of those into the face. Please stop it. Please stop it. Just walked into that like a dingus. Jumped into that like a dingus. This is only doing 4 damage. Ah, rolled the wrong way. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Hit dash game, please. Stop jumping, double jumping in the middle of the screen. That click of death is awful. Defeat Balthazar the Chrome Knight. GG's.
The power of an abyssal knight.
This is it, Balthazar. It's done.
Yes, girl, it is.
Alethea! What have you done?
My duty, all I ever wanted to do. I'm sorry, my boy. Dexios. So sorry. I just wanted you to live.
Father. Father. Father! Except you ran up to not Father. that tiny little pew. What? That energy, was that me? My father, he called me Dexios. Could it be? I've seen this before? Alethea, you provided the spark. Now, I will make it burn. The power of the abyss. It is your legacy and mine. Together, we shall see what truly lies within the abyss. Goodbye, Father. For you failed, we too. We will succeed. Canaan will survive. This I swear. The soundtrack for this game has been awesome. Well, there we have it. That did feel like a bit of an anticlimactic ending. Felt like there should have been some sort of... It was definitely implied what was going to happen next, but with all of that talk about a choice and having the options and at the very least being able to like see them go into the gate and having some sort of resolution of Canaan was saved because they did this or not. Unless they're going for like an Inception thing where you're supposed to theorize about how that choice would have gone down or could have gone down and what Alethea did. Didn't realize we were approaching credits so abruptly. Chrome Knight seemed like a phase 1 type boss. Yes, all of that, 100% yes. It definitely felt like something was going to be coming out of the gate, or he was gonna do phase 2 or something. I gotta say, I do not like the heat waves. The heat waves. Oh, is the text kind of like warping a little bit on stream? It's clear on the actual game, so that might be just a stream thing if that's what you're seeing. I could see it a little bit in the preview. Oh, coffee, you're talking about just heat in general. Heat was waking me up. I'm sorry to hear that. I know it's not really common over in Europe to have AC. Is it still not that common to have like portable AC units or like in-window AC units? Because I had to get one of those in my last place because I could not deal with the heat either. It was killing me. Actually, it felt like it was murdering me a lot of the time. I have a ceiling fan at full power. My window is open fully. See, sometimes around here, the window being open is more of a detriment, but I definitely, you try everything you can. I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope you can get some decent rest and cool down a little bit. Yeah, I know that feeling. I'm very sorry to hear anyone else going through that. It's rough. But you came back just in time. That's what the heat was trying to bring you back just in time for the credits to roll. Thank you for playing. Thank you for making a fun game. Complete all main quests, complete all achievements. Did I 100% this? Hold on. Finally, I nearly felt the creep boredom. It is done then? The gate has been opened? Yes, you played your role flawlessly. That's Jocasta. That's Anoia. Brother. But it wasn't exactly as we'd foreseen. It was the boy, Dexios, who managed it. Unless there's another sister. And what of the girl? I do not know. Balthazar, the arrogant fool. Ah, you. So many years here, living among them, watching over her. They are tools, nothing more. Do not forget that, Anoia. I know well our purpose, brother. Now come, the abyss beckons, and the awakening draws near. Okay. That saved the ending quite a bit, I will say. 10 degrees Celsius at night? Who's supposed to live in this heat? Hold on while I do some America math. (10°C is 50 Fahrenheit? $50 sounds all right, but that depends on like your living situation and like airflow and everything. Because at my old place, it would be, hold on, it'd be like 80 Fahrenheit, so like 27 outside, and then it would be like 32 Celsius or 90 inside. It was awful. Live up north. It's true. It is true. It is very different all around the world for everyone experiencing heat and temperature differently. I should not judge. You are correct. I apologize. I'm used to 5 Celsius being t-shirt and shorts temp here. Yeah. I do miss being in that kind of climate, for sure. It's gonna be in like the low 30s Celsius here for a while.
and I'm not looking forward to it. Hopefully you make it through, coffee. Maybe make yourself some coffee to help cool down. Might be a little bit cooler. -20 Celsius, as maybe I'll put on an actual jacket. Honestly, that's my kind of weather right there. Those are my kind of temperatures. I'm with you there. But I am also more used to a bit of a wider and higher range where I'm living now. Anyway, we beat Gestalt, Steam, and Cinder. I think that was a really solid game. I had a lot of fun with that one. It was a pretty solid length. It was a pretty solid game. It had some solid mechanics, some solid, really solid art, and awesome soundtrack. It was very, very good. I enjoyed it. I think I would give it a recommend. -41 Celsius was bliss. That might be a little bit too much, at least for me. Next up, currently, is a game called Chorus. Chorus. Be giving that a shot, and then I think after that might be Ender Magnolia. We shall see. But next week also is going to be a bit of a wonky week because I have other things going on next Sunday. So I think there's a game in between, coffee, but yes, we will be getting to Ender Magnolia soon. Next week, I think what we're going to do is do another one of the Saturday streams. Same time, same place. Noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. CEST start time, as per usual. But I think we're going to try and aim for Saturday. If anything changes, I will be updating on Discord, as I usually do, and I will try to give as much heads up as I can. But that is the current plan, the current thoughts. I could be forgetting something that's going on Saturday also, so stay tuned to Discord and see what's going on there. I also try and update the stream title on Twitch. But yeah. Go back to slumber. Good luck. Hope it takes more this time. And for the rest of you, thank you to any and everyone who stopped by the stream today, whether you were here for just a little bit or hanging out with us the whole time, whether you were lurking or just stopped by to chat. I appreciate you spending any amount of your day here with me on my little corner of the internet. And if you made it through the VOD, I appreciate you sticking around this long, especially as we gotten through some fun little tangents and some distractions. But we finished another game, which is very awesome. Very happy about that. And it was a very, very awesome, very enjoyable game too. I got nothing else. We are way over our usual time to stop. So thank you again very much, everyone. We'll see you next time. Have a good one.